my sleepy nights. Tonight, let's relax with some tales from the high seas. Captain Kidd, they called him. Scottish, with a reputation for seamanship and a hunger for gold that would have made Midas himself blush. Now, here's the thing most people don't understand about Kidd. He didn't start as a pirate. No, sir. He was commissioned, legal as the church, given letters by the mark of the English lords themselves. They wanted him to hunt pirates in French ships, bring back prizes for the crown. That was 1695, and Kidd was given the Adventure Galley. Yeah, fine ship, 34 guns and a crew of around 70. But the sea has a way of changing a man's intentions. Months went by, years even. Kidd found nothing. No pirates, no prizes, nothing but empty water and a crew getting restless. Mutinous even. A captain with empty hands is a captain without authority. So then, in around 1698, off the coast of India, Kidd's luck changed. He spotted a vessel, fat merchant vessel, flying French passes, but owned by Armenians, and loaded with gold, silk, sugar, opium, iron. Kidd took her. It was, by the letter of his commission, legal. She had French passes. But the world doesn't care about letters when there's gold involved. That prize was his doom. The owners had connections, you see. Powerful connections. The East India Company started screaming. The Crown got nervous. Suddenly, Kidd wasn't a privateer anymore. He was a pirate. An enemy. A man to be hunted. Now here's where it gets real interesting. Tom leans forward, his dead eye catching the lamplight. Kidd knew what was coming. He sailed for New York, trying to negotiate, trying to prove he'd acted within his commission. But before he made port, before he put himself in the law's hands, he stopped off at Gardiner's Island, spent a night there with his most trusted men. When he left the next morning, his vessel's hold was considerably lighter. He buried the treasure. Smart lad. Buried it deep, or so the story goes. Gold and jewels, fine goods, hidden somewhere in the islands. Maybe Gardiner's, maybe somewhere else. That kid, he thought it was insurance. Give up the treasure's location, buy his freedom. But the English lords wanted blood more than gold. They arrested him in Boston, dragged him back to London in chains, hanged him at the execution dock. Hanged him twice, actually. The rope broke the first time. Tom pours himself another drink. They say his body hung in a gibbet over the Thames for years, covered in tar. A warning to anyone who thought about turning pirate. But the treasure, they never found it. Not most of it, anyway. People have looked, oh yes. Oh yes. Torn apart islands, followed maps. Killed each other over rumors, news. But Kid's treasure stays buried. And everyone who's gone looking has found nothing but misfortune. Do you think it's cursed? You ask. Tom's laugh is bitter. I think some prizes aren't meant to be found. I think the sea keeps her secrets, and gold taken by betrayal carries its own weight. You want my advice? Trust your shards more than your men's promises. Trust the stars more than you trust legends of gold. Ragnar. Hairy Breeches, they called him, though he was more than just a strange name. He was a king. He was a warrior, a man who raided from France to England, who supposedly killed a great serpent to win his first wife, who fathered sons that would shake the world. The scouts still sing of his deeds, though half are probably lies and the other half are worse than the truth. This was maybe 200 years ago, when the North was still strong. The Christian kingdoms trembled at the sight of our sails. Ragnar had ruled for years, grown wealthy on plunder, raised sons who were already becoming legends themselves. Ivar the Boneless, Bjorn Ironside, Sigurd Snake in the Eye. But Ragnar was restless. Success makes some men soft. It made Ragnar hungry for more. In his later years, Ragnar sailed from Northumbria with only 2 ships. Some say it was pride, wanting to prove he didn't need a great army. Some say it was the gods pushing him toward his doom. Either way, it was foolish. Seas turned against him. Storms shattered his ships. His men scattered or drowned. And Ragnar himself was captured by the King of Northumbria. Now the King of Northumbria was a Christian king, and he hated the Northmen for all the monasteries that we'd burned, all the churches we'd plundered. He'd heard of Ragnar, knew his reputation, and he wanted to make an example. So he prepared a special death. They threw Ragnar into a pit. But not just any pit. A pit filled with serpents. Now the King of Northumbria, they say, expected Ragnar to scream, to beg for mercy, to die like a coward. But Ragnar was the son of Sigurd Ring, descended from Odin himself, if you believe the tales. As the serpents bit him, as the venom burned through his veins, Ragnar sang. He composed his death song right there in that pit. The Crackling, 29 stanzas, recounting his victories, his battles, his glory. We struck with our swords, he sang while dying. The battle crane screamed. We dyed the wolf's fangs red. Can you imagine that? A man being eaten by poison, his body failing, his death certain. And instead of weeping, he sings. He sings of the battles he's won, the enemies he's killed, the fame he's earned. Now that is what it means to be a true Northman. That's what separates us from the Christians with their fear of death and their promises of heaven. But here's the important part. As Ragnar died, as the last venom did its work, he spoke his final words. How the little pigs would grunt if they knew what the old boar suffers. The little pigs, his sons. You see, he knew they would avenge him. He knew his death wouldn't be the end, but the beginning. And by the gods, he was right. When Ragnar's sons learned of his death, they gathered the great heathen army, the largest force of Vikings ever assembled. They landed in East Anglia and began tearing England apart. They conquered kingdoms. They destroyed armies and hunted the king like a dog. When they finally caught him, they gave him the blood eagle. The king died screaming. Ragnar's sons laughed and drank to their father's memory. That's the lesson, young sailor. A true Northman doesn't fear death. No. He sings through it. He makes it glorious. He ensures his name lives on through his deeds and his revenge. Ragnar died in a pit of snakes, but his death brought down kingdoms. That's a Viking's death. That's the only death worth having. Henry Morgan was born in Wales, probably around 1635. Came to the Caribbean as a young man. Maybe as a indentured servant, maybe as a soldier. The records aren't clear. What is clear is that by the 1660s, he'd become a privateer, sailing with letters of marque from the English governor of Jamaica. Now, pay attention to that word, privateer, not pirate. Privateer is a pirate with a piece of paper saying it's legal. Morgan had that paper, had official backing to attack Spanish ships and Spanish colonies. The English and Spanish were at war, on and off, and Jamaica wanted the Spanish hurt. And Morgan was happy to oblige. But Morgan, he wasn't content with just taking ships. He thought bigger. 1668, he led an expedition to Portobello, a major Spanish city on the coast of Panama. He had fewer than 500 men. Portobello had 3 fortresses, hundreds of soldiers, massive walls. Everyone said was impossible. Morgan took the entire city in a day and a half. He used tactics that would make generals weep. He forced Catholic priests and nuns to carry the scaling ladders. Knowing the Spanish soldiers would hesitate to shoot clergy, he blew open gates with barrels of gunpowder. He fought through the streets building by building. When he finally secured the city, he tortured the governor and civilians to find where they'd hidden their gold. He found it too. Took 100,000 pieces of aid back to Jamaica. The Spanish screamed to England, demanded Morgan be punished for excessive brutality. England ignored them. Morgan had made Jamaica rich. The governor loved him. 1669, Morgan gathered a fleet of 36 ships and over 2,000 men. He sacked Gibraltar, fought his way through 3 Spanish warships blocking the lake, escaped with even more treasure. Again, the Spanish demanded justice. Again, England shrugged. But 1671, that was his masterpiece. Morgan set his sights on Panama City, the richest city in the Americas. The Spanish treasure fleets gathered there before crossing the Pacific. Taking it would be the greatest raid in pirate history. The problem was location. Panama City, you see, sits on the Pacific side of Isthmus. To reach it, Morgan had to cross 50 miles of jungle, mountains, and rivers. The Spanish had an army waiting, over 2,000 soldiers with cavalry and artillery. It should have been suicide. Morgan led 1,200 men across that jungle. They ran out of food, they ate leather. They ate their own boots. Men died of disease and starvation, but Morgan kept them moving, kept them fighting, kept them believing. When they finally reached Panama City, they found that the Spanish army was waiting. Morgan split his forces, used the terrain, drove cattle into Spanish cavalry to break their charge. The battle lasted 2 hours. Morgan won. The Spanish governor, desperate, ordered the city burned rather than let Morgan have it. Panama City went up in flames. Morgan spent weeks in the ruins, torturing people to find whether they'd hidden treasure. He took what he could find. The fires had destroyed most of it. This time, the Spanish didn't just complain. They made it a diplomatic crisis. England and Spain were technically at peace now. Morgan attacked a Spanish city during peacetime, burned it to the ground, killed Spanish subjects by the hundreds. England had to respond. They arrested Morgan, brought him back to London in chains. Now here is where it gets interesting. You see, Morgan should have been executed. Should have been hanged as a pirate and war criminal. Instead, he was kept comfortable, given apartments, wined and dined by English nobility. Because everyone in power knew the truth. Morgan had made England rich. He'd hurt Spain more than any official navy could. And he was clever, well-spoken, could tell stories that made those raids sound like glorious military campaigns, rather than theft and murder. In 1674, Charles II knights Henry Morgan and appoints him Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica. Sir Henry Morgan. A pirate, a torturer, a man who burned Panama City to the ground, now a knight and a colonial official. His job? To suppress piracy in Jamaica, to hunt down the very men who'd sailed with him. And he did it. Yeah, he hunted pirates, hanged them, seized their ships. He became rich beyond measure, owned 3 plantations, I believe, lived in a mansion. When old colleagues showed up asking for help, he turned them in. When former friends asked for mercy, he ordered them hanged. He spent his final years as a respectable gentleman, drinking himself to death slowly but comfortably. When he died, he was given a state funeral. They fired a 22-gun salute from the harbor fortress. The entire colony mourned. No gibbet, no hanging, no dying on a bloody deck. Henry Morgan died rich, respected, and legal. Fredish was the daughter of Eric the Red, the man who discovered and settled Greenland. Eric was a killer and an exile driven from Norway for murder, then driven from Iceland for more murder. He passed that violence on to his daughter, along with his red hair and his iron will. Eric the Red's son, Leif, had already sailed to Vinland, the new lands far to the west, where grapes grow wild and timber is plentiful. A few expeditions had gone out trying to establish settlements. Fredish decided she wanted her share of this new land. She was married to a man named Thorvard, but she commanded the expedition herself. She parted with 2 brothers, Helgi and Finnbogi, and they sailed west with several ships, and maybe 100 people total. They spent the winter in Vinland, in houses Leif had built on an earlier voyage. Here's where you learn what kind of woman Freydish was. One night, the settlement was attacked by Skraelings. That's what we call the natives of those western lands. Fierce fighters, strange weapons. They came out of the forest screaming, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. The Norsemen panicked. These weren't Christians or other Vikings. These were something unknown. And men fear what they don't understand. The warriors ran for the houses, abandoned their defenses. But Freydish was pregnant, heavy with child, and she couldn't run fast. The Skraelings were almost on her, and Freydish did something that became legend. She found a dead man, picked up his sword, and turned to face her attackers. Then, and my grandmother swore this was true, she heard it from someone who was there. Freydish tore open her dress, bared her breast, and slapped it with the flat of the sword blade. Once, twice, screaming at the Skraelings in pure rage. The natives stopped, just froze. Maybe they'd never seen a pregnant woman fight before. Maybe they thought she was a spirit or a demon. Either way, they turned and fled back into the forest. Freydish, heavy with her child, saved the entire settlement through sheer, terrifying courage. But that's only half of Freydish's story, and not even the darkest half. Later that winter, Freydish had a dispute with the brothers, Helgi and Finnbogi. Some argument about ships or resources or disrespect. The details don't matter. What matters is that Freydish decided they needed to die. She went to her husband Thorvard in the night and told him the brothers had beaten her. It was a lie, but it enraged Thorvard. Freydish demanded he kill them to avenge her honor. So Thorvard and his men attacked, while the brothers slept. Bound them and dragged them outside. Freydish watched as they were executed. All the men from their ships murdered in the cold. But there were 5 women in the brothers' crew. Thorvard's men refused to kill the women. Even Vikings have some limits. So Freydish picked up an axe, and she did it herself, by her own hand, in the snow. When the survivors sailed back to Greenland, Freydish threatened to kill anyone who spoke of what happened. But word got out eventually. It always does. Eric the Red was dead by then. But Leif Erikson, Freydish's brother, heard the truth. He was disgusted, but couldn't bring himself to punish his own sister. So Freydish lived on, but her her name became cursed. No one would sail with her. No one would do business with her. She died some years later, alone and hated. You want to know why I tell you this story? Because Freydi shows us what the truth that men like Ivar and Bjorn won't admit. We Vikings, we Northmen, we're not heroes from the sagas. We're killers. We're raiders, murderers, and thieves. We take what we want and destroy what we can take. Freydish fought off the Skrælings with the courage of Odin himself, but then she murdered in cold blood because of her pride. That's what we are. Courage and cruelty mix so tight you can't separate them. We sing songs about glorious deaths and revenge, but we forget about the innocent people we butchered in their churches. The villages we burned. You came here looking for knowledge about sailing west. Here's what I know. The western lands are real, but we'll never hold them. We're too busy fighting each other over scraps of pride and honor. Freydish could have built something lasting in Vinland, but she chose murder. That's the Viking way. We'd rather burn the world than share it. Long before pirates prowled the Caribbean, or flags of skull and crossbones inspired fear, piracy had already etched its shadowy presence into the annals of maritime history. In the ancient Mediterranean, piracy emerged as both a peril and a profession, woven into the lives of humanity's earliest seafarers. Around the 2nd millennium BC, the waters of the Aegean Sea teemed with merchant ships from civilizations like the Minoans of Crete and the Mycenaeans of mainland Greece. While the Minoans are renowned for their robust trade networks and advanced ships, historical evidence suggests they maintained a strong naval presence, primarily to protect their commercial interests against pirates, rather than engaging in piracy themselves. Conversely, other seafaring groups in the region saw the wealth moving across the Mediterranean and seized the opportunity to exploit weaker coastal settlements and merchant vessels. These early pirates, adept at navigating the unpredictable waters of the sea, launched swift and calculated attacks. Armed with sturdy vessels, equipped for speed and stealth, they struck without warning, reaping spoils that enriched their communities and inspired both fear and fascination. The prevalence of piracy in the ancient Mediterranean signaled the beginning of a darker side to maritime life, where wealth and power lay not just in trade, but in taking. This practice of plundering neighbours for goods and resources gradually spread, giving rise to a culture where control of the sea meant control of riches beyond the reach of traditional land powers. The impact of piracy rippled through the Aegean Sea, leaving civilizations wary of every approaching sail and prompting the development of naval defenses that would shape the course of maritime history. But the Minoans were not alone. Around the same era, other maritime cultures began engaging in acts of piracy. Among them were the enigmatic sea peoples of the late Bronze Age, a mysterious confederation of raiders who struck fear into powerful empires like Egypt. Emerging as if from the shadows, they arrived on the waves, raiding, pillaging, and leaving devastation in their wake. And thus, piracy became part of the maritime fabric, an enduring struggle between order and chaos across the open seas. In the 3rd century BC, Queen Teuta of Illyria transformed the Adriatic Sea into a bastion of piracy, establishing herself as one of history's earliest and most influential pirate queens. Upon the death of her husband, King Agron, Teuta inherited his throne, and the challenge of sustaining her kingdom amid growing threats from surrounding powers. The Illyrians, a collection of fierce tribes in the Western Balkans, were renowned for their maritime prowess. But the kingdom faced resource shortages. Teuta saw piracy as a means to both expand Illyria's reach and bolster its economy. And under her rule, piracy was no longer a fringe activity, but a state-sanctioned enterprise that directly benefited the crown. Teuta's strategy was bold and unconventional. By legitimizing braiding as a tool of governance, she turned Illyrian sailors into state-backed privateers. These raiders targeted merchant vessels from nearby powers, especially those from Greece and Rome, transforming the sea into treacherous waters for foreign traders. The Illyrian pirates were highly skilled navigators, known for their agile ships that allowed them to launch quick, devastating attacks on unsuspecting ships. These attacks brought in wealth and resources that bolstered Illyria's economy, and with each raid, Titua's reputation and her kingdom's independence grew. Piracy under Titua's rule became a direct expression of Illyrian autonomy and resistance against the encroaching Roman Republic. While Rome was expanding its influence across the Mediterranean, Teuto's fleet represented an insistent refusal to bow to their control. In this way, her sanctioning of piracy was not only an economic strategy, but also a political stance, challenging Rome's dominance of the seas. The Adriatic became synonymous with danger for foreign merchants, as Teuto's fleet struck fear across the region, operating with the full backing of the Illyrian crown. The rise of Illyrian piracy, however, could not go unnoticed. The Romans, heavily reliant on trade routes, soon faced mounting losses as Teuto's pirates relentlessly raided their ships. To address the escalating threat, Rome dispatched envoys to negotiate an end to Illyrian piracy. These envoys were received by Teuta herself, who was famously dismissive of their appeals. And so, in response to Rome's demand that she control the pirates, Teuta reportedly argued that piracy was a long-standing tradition among her people, a practice outside her authority to curtail. This audacious response was only served to emphasize her defiance, revealing her belief that Rome had no right to dictate terms to Illyria. The negotiations turned deadly when, during her visit, one of the Roman envoys was murdered. An incident that sent shock waves through Rome. Outraged by the loss of their representative and by Teuta's open disdain, the Roman Senate interpreted the act as a direct insult and promised declared war on Illyria. What had begun as a battle over trade and piracy now became a full-scale conflict between Rome and Illyria, with Teuta's defiance transforming her into a figure of resistance, but also marking the beginning of the end for her own pirate empire. The conflict that followed was swift and intense. Though Teuto's forces fought with tenacity, they were no match for Rome's organized legions and naval superiority. By 228 BC, Rome's forces had subdued Illyria, imposing harsh terms that included strict limits on Illyria's naval activities and forbidding the kingdom from sailing beyond designated boundaries. These restrictions effectively ended Illyrian piracy and brought Teuta's rule over the sea to a close. While she retained a reduced form of leadership within Illyria, her power and influence were significantly diminished. Though Teuta's reign ended in defeat, her legacy as the pirate queen endured. By wielding piracy as a tool of statecraft, she had redefined the practice in a way that would inspire generations of rulers and pirates alike. Teuta demonstrated that piracy could be more than banditry. It could be a form of defiance and a means of asserting autonomy. Her story foreshadowed the rise of other pirate havens, from the Barbary corsairs to the notorious strongholds of the Caribbean. In many ways, Queen Teuta's reign symbolized the power of the sea as a frontier of freedom and resistance against the world's largest empires, leaving an indelible mark on the history of piracy and the legend of the Pirate Queen. The late Bronze Age was an age of powerful empires, prosperous trade, and rising cities across the eastern Mediterranean. A world that seemed unstoppable until the sea peoples appeared like a storm from the depths. Emerging around 1200 BC, this group of maritime raiders tore through established civilizations, leaving ruin in their wake and mysteries lingering in their shadow. To the ancient Egyptians, the sea peoples were a horror from the sea, arriving in swift vessels, their prows carved like menacing beasts. Known by names like Peliset, Sheridan, and Luca, these warriors struck the Nile Delta with unprecedented ferocity. Pharaoh Ramesses III recorded their assault on Egypt in inscriptions that still endure, chiseled deeply into the stone walls. They came by land and sea, relentless and unstoppable, clashing with Egyptian forces in desperate battles. Ramesses claimed victory, but the scars they left on Egypt's borders and the memories of their invasion would last for generations. But Egypt was not their only target. Across the Mediterranean, great cities and empires fell as the sea peoples advanced. The mighty Hittites of Anatolia, once rulers of vast territories, found their cities besieged and their defenses shattered. Coastal cities along the Levant, bustling hubs of trade and culture, lay in ruin as fires marked the raiders' path. The cities fell silent, their people scattered, their treasures plundered, and all around the lingering echo of destruction. Trade networks that had bound these civilizations together frayed and snapped, creating a vacuum that plunged the Mediterranean into a darkened age of chaos. Who were these sea peoples, and where did they come from? The answer remains hidden in the fog of history. Theories abound. Some believe they were refugees from the Aegean, displaced by earthquakes or famine, and driven by desperation to take what they could not find at home. Others suggest they were a confederation of warrior tribes from across the Mediterranean, brought together by necessity and a thirst for conquest. These warriors, clad in strange armor and wielding unfamiliar weapons, had a reputation for fearlessness and ferocity that turned their very name into legend. And so, the sea peoples carved their legacy, not through words, but through their impact, dismantling the Bronze Age world piece by piece. The empires they toppled would never rise again in the same way. Their raids contributed to the mysterious Bronze Age collapse, a time when kingdoms fell, trade routes faded, and entire ways of life vanished into memory. In the chaos they left behind, a new era would slowly emerge, but it would be one built from the ashes of an age undone by the raiders from the sea. In the classical world of ancient Greece and Rome, piracy was both a peril and a way of life, shaping the Mediterranean ways that echo throughout history. By the 5th century BC, piracy had become common practice among Greek city-states, especially those with a maritime advantage. The Greeks saw the sea as both a blessing and a curse, for while it allowed trade and exploration, also offered boundless opportunities for those willing to turn to plunder. The Greeks themselves were not innocent of such activities. Certain city-states openly encouraged piracy as a means of economic gain and territorial control. The island of Aegina, a fierce rival of Athens, famously supported piracy against Athenian trade ships, weakening its enemies' power. In fact, piracy was so interwoven with Greek life that it appeared in Homer's Odyssey, where Odysseus is asked outright if he is a pirate. The association was part of the ancient world's fabric, a common occupation as much as a condemnation, blending survival and opportunity. By the time Rome rose to prominence, piracy had become a severe threat to Mediterranean stability. The Cilician pirates, based in the rugged coastal regions of Cilicia, modern-day southern Turkey, were among the most infamous of their era. Known for their daring exploits and near unassailable strongholds, Cilician pirates operated with an organized structure that rivaled any state. Their ships, swift and built to slip away from Roman pursuers, became the terror of the sea. Unlike earlier pirates who had preyed on vulnerable coastal villages, the Cilicians were audacious enough to target wealthy cities and even Roman ships, seizing vast riches and captives. Among their most famous captives was none other than Julius Caesar. The story of Caesar's capture is one of both legend and insight into the nature of piracy in the classical world. As a young man, Caesar was kidnapped by the Cilician pirates. They demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, a vast sum by any measure. But Caesar, never one to be humbled, laughed and insisted they demand 50 talents instead, assuring them he was worth more. While waiting for the ransom to arrive, Caesar treated the pirates with fierceless audacity, joining in their games and even threatening to return and crucify them once freed. Amused, the pirates took him lightly. But Caesar's threat was not empty. Upon his release, he immediately assembled a fleet, hunted down his former captors, and executed them as he had promised, cementing his reputation as a man of unshakable resolve. Caesar's experience highlighted the urgency of Rome's growing piracy problem. By the 1st century BC, piracy had become so widespread that it threatened not only Roman trade, but the very stability of the empire. Piracy disrupted grain shipments from Egypt, Rome's essential food source, leading to shortages that threatened both the populace and political order. In response, the Roman Senate took unprecedented action, granting Pompey the great extraordinary powers to eliminate piracy once and for all. In 67 BC, Pompey launched one of the most ambitious anti-piracy campaigns in history. Pompey's approach was methodical and relentless. Granted command over the entire Mediterranean, and with resources Rome had never before allocated to a single man, Pompey divided the sea into sectors, each patrolled by forces. This systematic strategy allowed him to track down pirate fleets, corner them, and eliminate their strongholds. In a campaign lasting just 3 months, Pompey effectively wiped out the pirate menace, a feat that secured his reputation and restored peace to Roman waters. The eradication of piracy under Pompey marked a turning point in Mediterranean history, setting a precedent for the use of naval power to control the seas. Rome's newfound command over maritime routes strengthened its economic and military dominance, ensuring that no pirate force could rival Roman might on the waters. Naval bases were established, patrolled by a vigilant Roman fleet, creating the first semblance of maritime law and order in the Mediterranean. Yet, the legacy of piracy in the classical world lived on. While Rome's dominance quelled large-scale piracy for centuries, the image of pirates as daring rebels, defying the empire with guile and audacity, remained a potent symbol. Figures like the Cilician pirates embodied both the allure and terror of the sea. Figures who dared to challenge the might of an empire, even capturing its future leaders. The classical age of piracy became woven into Mediterranean history, an era where fortune, fear, and the thrill of the open sea collided, leaving behind tales that would inspire the ages. In the mist-laden dawns of the 8th century, the Norse Vikings surged forth from the icy fjords of Scandinavia. Their dragon-headed ships slicing through waves as cold as the steel they wielded. These northern raiders were more than warriors. They were seafarers with an unquenchable thirst for exploration, trade, and conquest. And they would carve their names into the heart of Europe and beyond. The Viking Age, an era spanning roughly from 793 to 1066 AD, saw the rise of these fierce and enigmatic mariners who lived by the tides and followed the stars, blending the boundaries between merchants and marauders. The Vikings were famed not only for their prowess in battle, but for their legendary ships. Built for both speed and endurance, the iconic longships were agile enough to navigate treacherous rivers and shallow shores, yet sturdy enough to cross open seas. With square sails and rows of powerful oars, these vessels enabled the Vikings to strike suddenly, often without warning, emerging from morning fog like spectres to raid and pillage villages and monasteries along the coasts. Their audacity was unmatched. They pillaged the shores of Britain, Ireland, and France, attacking with a ferocity that left entire communities in ruin. The smoke of burning towns rising as a dark testament to their power. Yet, the Vikings were more than mere raiders. They were explorers and traders, weaving webs of connection that spawned the known world. To the east, they reached the rivers of Russia, trading furs, amber, and slaves with the Byzantine Empire. In the west, they ventured as far as Iceland, Greenland, and some claim even the North American coast. For them, exploration, trade, and piracy were bound together in a cultural fabric as interwoven as the sails that carried them. A Viking ship might one day carry goods to a distant shore, and, on another, return with the spoils of conquest, blurring the line between commerce and plunder. Central to their success was their near supernatural skill in navigation. Without maps or modern tools, Viking navigators read the sea and sky, using the sun's position, the movement of birds, and even the scent of the land carried on the wind to guide their voyages. The sunstone, a fabled crystal, reputed to reveal the sun's position even on overcast days, remains a part of Viking lore, enhancing their reputation as sailors with uncanny abilities. Their ships were as much symbols of their skill as they were instruments of war, making them masters of the sea, incapable of reaching distant lands in ways that seemed impossible to their contemporaries. The impact of the Vikings on European coastlines was profound. Their raids struck fear into the hearts of kings and commoners alike. For over 2 centuries, they haunted the shores of Europe, and the phrase, "From the fury of the Northmen, deliver us, O Lord," became a common prayer in churches across the continent. Yet, the Vikings did not only bring fire and sword. They left a legacy in the lands they touched. Many Viking raiders eventually settled, becoming farmers, traders, and rulers in regions like Normandy, where they would shape the course of history as the Normans. Their culture was as complex as it was fierce, governed by a unique code, vaulting bravery, loyalty, and the thrill of challenge. This spirit extended beyond battle into their exploration, where each voyage was as much a journey of self-discovery as it was a pursuit of wealth. Even the gods they worshipped, Thor, Odin, Freya, were figures of power, wisdom, and mystery, reflecting the values they aspire to emulate in life. The Vikings believed that a warrior's worth was proven by their deeds, and for many, a life at sea was a path to honor, even if it led to death. As the Viking age waned, their influence remained. Their legacy kept in the very coasts they once ravaged. Scandinavian settlements dotted faraway lands. Norse bloodlines and language shaped societies across Europe. But above all, the Vikings left behind stories. Stories of voyages, battles, gods, and far-flung lands. One of the most notorious Viking raids occurred in 793 AD at the monastery of Lindisfarne off the north coast of England. This attack is often cited as the beginning of the Viking Age. The assault was brutal and swift. The monks were slaughtered or enslaved, and the monastery was looted of its treasures. The raid sent shockwaves throughout the Christian world as it targeted a sacred site. News of the attack spread rapidly, heralding an era where no coast was safe from Viking incursions. The raid on Lindisfarne exemplified the Vikings' combination of maritime skill, tactical surprise, and ruthless efficiency, setting the tone for centuries of Viking activity across Europe. In the 16th century, the Mediterranean became the hunting grounds of a new kind of pirate, the Barbary Corsairs, Muslim raiders based along the North African coast. These seafaring warriors, driven by a potent mix of religious fervor and the allure of wealth, waged a campaign of terror on European ships. The Barbary pirates, as they were known in Europe, were far more than simple marauders. Backed by the powerful Ottoman Empire and the rulers of the North African coast, these corsairs operated with a degree of state sponsorship that gave them resources and protection from retaliation. They were skilled sailors, armed with swift galleys and adept at ambushing European vessels. Their primary targets were Christian merchant ships, which they would board and plunder, taking not only goods, but often entire crews as captives, later ransomed or sold into slavery. The Barbary Corsairs soon became infamous, feared not just for their brutal raids, but their role in capturing thousands of Europeans whose fate in the markets of Algiers or Istanbul was often grim. Their activities were not merely acts of opportunistic piracy. They were deeply intertwined with the concept of jihad, holy war. The Mediterranean, already a battleground between Christian Europe and the Muslim world, became an extension of this conflict at sea. For the corsairs, piracy was both an economic enterprise and a form of religious warfare. They viewed their attacks on Christian ships as part of the broader struggle against non-Muslim powers, blending plunder with piety in a way that gave their raids a potent ideological edge. The Barbary pirates were a thorn in the side of European powers, who struggled to protect their ships and shores from these relentless attacks. Major European nations like Spain, France, and Italy were forced to pay tribute to the corsairs to ensure the safety of their vessels, while the corsairs themselves grew rich off the wealth they seized and the ransoms they demanded. In this chaotic dance of trade and conflict, the Barbary corsairs became a crucial force in Mediterranean politics, shaping the relationship between the Muslim world and Christian Europe for centuries. In the medieval Baltic Sea, piracy became a formidable force, disrupting trade routes and challenging the growing power of the Hanseatic League. The League, a powerful alliance of merchant cities that dominated trade in Northern Europe from the 13th to the 17th century, was founded to protect its members' commercial interests, particularly in the face of the rising threat posed by pirates. Among the notorious of these pirate groups were the Victual Brothers, who terrorized the Baltic and North Seas during the late 14th century. The Victual Brothers began as privateers, originally hired by the Queen of Denmark, Margaret I, tasked with supplying besieged castles with provisions, victuals. They quickly turned to full-blown piracy when the war ended. They seized control of critical trade routes, attacking merchant ships and coastal towns with impunity. Their stronghold was on the island of Gotland, a strategic location in the Baltic Sea from which they could launch raids across Europe. Under the leadership of figures like Klaus Stotterberger, the Victual Brothers grew bolder, declaring themselves the friends of God and enemies of the whole world. The rise of the Victual Brothers was a direct challenge to the Hanseatic League, whose wealth and power were built on securing safe trade routes across the Baltic. The League, composed composed of wealthy merchant cities like Lubeck, Hamburg, and Riga, relied on the unimpeded flow of goods such as timber, furs, and grain. The pirates' control over the sea lanes threatened this lifeline, forcing the League to respond. Over time, Hanseatic League organized armed convoys and worked closely with the regional rulers to eliminate pirate bases and suppress their activities. They launched military campaigns against the Victual Brothers, culminating in the eventual destruction of their strongholds, including the recapture of Gotland in the early 15th century. Despite these efforts, piracy in the Baltic persisted in various forms for centuries. The Hanseatic League's determination to combat piracy helped maintain its dominance in the northern European trade. Across the tempestuous seas of East Asia, piracy became a shadowy force, shaping the region's fortunes and fears. Two distinct groups, the Woko and the Nanyang pirates, ruled these waters, blending violence with commerce as they preyed upon rich coastal settlements and merchant ships during the Ming Dynasty and beyond. Their legacy is woven into the very fabric of East Asian maritime history, their impact stretching from Japan's rocky shores to the bustling trade routes of Southeast Asia. The Woko, often referred to as Japanese pirates, were a complex and evolving group whose composition shifted over time. While early Woko pirates in the 14th century were predominantly Japanese, by the 16th century, the majority were actually Chinese or of mixed origins, including Koreans, even Portuguese adventurers. Economic hardships, strict maritime prohibitions imposed by the Ming Dynasty, and the allure of untapped wealth drew many disenfranchised merchants and sailors into piracy. These pirates launched swift and deadly raids along the coasts of China and Korea, their ships gliding silently into harbors under the cover of darkness. They struck terror to towns and temples, plundering goods and leaving a trail of fire and destruction. The Woko's raids had a profound effect on the Ming Dynasty, with villages burning and trade routes under constant threat. The dynasty's response was swift and severe. Great naval campaigns were launched crush the menace, and defensive fortifications sprung up along the coastlines. Yet, despite the Emperor's best efforts, the pirates persisted, slipping between cracks in the bureaucracy, aided by local merchants and corrupt officials who profited from the clandestine goods brought ashore. In this way, the Woko were not just raiders. They were participants in a vast, secret network of trade, where smugglers, merchants, and pirates blurred the lines between legality and survival. Farther south, the Nanyang pirates of Southeast Asia carved their own path of infamy. These pirates operated amidst the intricate waterways of the South China Sea and beyond, preying on the rich merchant ships that sailed between the trading hubs of China, India, and the Spice Islands. Like the Woko, the Nanyang pirates were not bound by a single ethnicity or nation. Malay, Chinese, and even European adventurers joined forces to seize ships laden with silk, spices, and gold. Their swift junks became symbols of fear and opportunity, and entire cities in Southeast Asia thrived on the riches brought back by these seafaring raiders. Yet, piracy in Southeast Asia wasn't merely an act of desperation or greed. It was closely tied to the political landscape. Local rulers often turned a blind eye, or even supported the Nanyang pirates, using them to undermine rivals and enrich their kingdoms. For many coastal communities, piracy was a lifeblood, an integral part of survival and politics. The treasures stolen from great ships didn't just disappear. They were woven into the local economy, feeding markets and bolstering the power of those who stood behind the scenes, watching the pirates' movements with interest. Woko and Nanyang pirates, despite their terrifying reputations, were more than raiders. They were weavers of an alternate economy, where blades, bribes, and buried treasure formed the currency of survival. And now, their legacy lingers, a reminder of an age when the sea itself was a battleground, where the line between pirate and merchant was as fluid as the tides they mastered. You may have heard that the Vikings who terrorized northern Europe and England during the 9th and 10th centuries were a cruel and barbaric people. But this is not entirely the case. Although they were by nature warlike, they also had a healthy appreciation of fine art and craftsmanship. Their swords, for example, were as beautiful as they were deadly. Their ships were as elegant as they were fast. And, curiously enough, as far as the Vikings were concerned, you did not have to be a great warrior to be considered a hero. You could just as easily be a poet. This is the story of such a man, a poet and singer called Norna Guest. In many ways, he was the last of the Viking heroes. His father was a nobleman, living in a small but comfortable castle. When the baby was born, he threw a banquet, as was the custom. All his relatives and friends crowded around the new baby, making the sort of inane comments that relatives and friends always make on such occasions. So, nobody noticed when the front door opened and 3 old women wrapped in cloaks came in. These women were the Norns, the most powerful spirits in Scandinavia. The oldest was called Urd, and she was the spirit of the past. Then came Verdandi, who was the spirit of the present. The third, who wore a veil across her face, was called Skuld, and she was the most feared of the Norns, for in her word hung man's future. When the 3 Norns were saw approaching the cot, the crowd fell silent, partly out of respect, but mainly because they were afraid. Then Urd laid her wrinkled hand on the baby's head and said, "I bless this child with good looks and with courage that all men will one day admire." Then it was Verdandi's turn. "I bless this child with the gift of poetry. Nowhere in the land will be a greater poet." Finally, Skuld stepped forward. But then, something terrible happened. One of the relatives, carried away by the excitement of the moment, rushed forward to pick up her little nephew, who was not only going to be good-looking, but a poet too. She hadn't realized that Skuld was about to speak and before anyone could stop her, she had barged into the Norn and knocked her right off her feet. Nobody spoke. The parents of the child looked on in horror. Slowly, Skuld got to her feet. Nobody could see her face, but it was clear she was shaking with anger. For a long, long minute, she stood beside the cot. Then she flung her arm out, one finger pointing at a candle that burned nearby. The child shall live only so long as the candle lasts, she cried. When the flame of the candle flickers and dies, so will the life of the child. With these words, Skuld stormed out of the room, with Verdandi close behind her, but Urd stayed behind. Gently, she lifted the candle out of its holder and walked over to the unhappy parents. A curse uttered in anger can still be made into a blessing, she said. She blew the candle out. Keep the candle safe, she continued. So long as the candle remains unlit, so will your child live in health and happiness. Then she put the candle down and followed her sisters out. After that, the parents called the child Norna Guest, which means protected by the Norns. Norna Guest grew up and, as the two Norns had predicted, he became well known for his good looks and much admired for his poetry. In those days, poetry wasn't something you just read in dusty books or talked about in school. It lived, with the wind rattling and the flames leaping in the hearth. Norna Guest would sing of gods and heroes, accompanying himself on the harp. Even without his music, his voice could somehow turn the stories into songs. For 100 years, Norna Guest traveled the country. He sang of Odin and of Thor, of the mischievous Loki and the beautiful Freya. Everywhere he went, he breathed new life into ancient myths and legends. As he spoke, the furnaces of Volund, the blacksmith, glowed once again. The eternal city of Asgard rose out of the ashes of time, and the Volsungs strode forth to renew their adventures. But in that 100 years, things began to change. A new religion was sweeping across Europe. A religion that declared that there was only one God. For this was the age of Christianity. And although it was taught with kindness and inspiration in some parts of the world, it was forced on the people with great cruelty in others. Idols were smashed and temples destroyed. Men and women were tortured and driven out of their homes. Slowly, the old gods began to disappear. One of the cruelest of the new Christians was King Olaf Tryggvason, who ruled Norway from AD 997 to 1000. It was to his court that Nornagest one day came. The poet was warmly greeted, and after a good dinner, he set up his harp in one corner of the assembly and began to sing. His voice was as sweet as ever, because in 100 years, he had hardly aged at all. But King Olaf did not like what he heard. He himself was an elderly man with a tuft of silver hair on each side of an otherwise bald head. He had loose, rubbery lips and the bright, watery eyes of a fanatic. He had devoted his whole life and a great many other people's deaths to this new religion. It was all he ever thought about. And now he heard neither music nor poetry. He heard only the names of the old gods with whom he had sworn to destroy. So, when Nornagest paused between two songs, the king went over to him and, sticking his chest out and fixing a superior look on his face, addressed him thus. "My dear boy," he said, "I do enjoy a nice song after supper, but I notice you sing only of Asgard and all that stuff. Very amusing, I'm sure, but of course, nobody believes in it anymore. Not in this day and age. At least, I assume you don't believe in it." Nornagest narrowed his eyes but said nothing. "Now that I come to think of it," the king continued, "I can't remember if you've been converted to the new religion or not. Would you care to remind me?" "I am what I am," Nornagest said, "and I am happy." "Happy?" King Olaf cried. "My dear fellow, you would be much, much happier if you converted. Really, you would. I've never been so happy. Ask anyone. Once again, Nornagest said nothing. And now the king grew angry. Of course, he said. You could choose not to convert. But I don't think that would be a very happy decision. He gave Nornagest an ugly look. Not unless you think you can play the harp without fingers and sing without a tongue. Nornagest was brave, but he was no fool. He knew that if he refused, the king would mutilate him, as he had threatened. And so, nodding his head sadly, he agreed that he would renounce the old gods, forget the old myths, and convert to this new religion. Hallelujah, King Olaf cried. Another soul has been saved. He turned and began to walk back to the throne. But then he stopped. He had remembered the story of the candle. For after that disastrous banquet, the tale had been told throughout the country. Nornagest himself had heard it from his mother, who had entrusted him with the precious candle a few years before she died. The king smiled thoughtfully. Do you have it with you? I carry it always, sire, Nornagest said. Well, why don't you light it before you continue to sing? It is, after all, rather dark in this corner. Light the candle. But, Nornagest began, you have converted, the king exclaimed. You no longer believe in these stupid stories of spirits and magic candles. Light it and sing, or my torturers will soon have you singing another tune. Nornagest had no choice. He lit the candle, and as the king sat down on his throne, he began to sing for the last time. There were about 100 people in the room. They had been enjoying themselves until the king's interruption. But the atmosphere had changed. They had all been converted too. They had also denounced the old gods, disclaimed the old legends. Now, their eyes flickered from the poet to the candle, back to the poet, The wax dripped. Nornagest's voice grew weaker. A breeze caught the flame and he shivered. Lower and lower burnt the wick. Soon, his voice was so quiet that it could hardly be heard. But still he sang, and as he sang, he reflected on the changing world and the new order of things. And his voice was sad. There was a soft hiss, and the candle went out. There you are, King Olaf said. The candle's out, and the boy's still fine. What did I tell you? Nornagest fell to the ground. 100 pairs of eyes turned to the king, who squimmered on his throne. Nornagest was dead. I never met Teach myself. He died before I was born. But my mentor, Captain Rodrigo dos Santos, he sailed against Blackbeard. He told me stories that would freeze your blood. First, you have to understand what Blackbeard looked like. Imagine a man, tall and broad, the beard that covered half of his chest, black as midnight, wild as fire. Before battle, he would weave slow burning fuses into that beard and light them. Smoke would pour from his face like he was the devil climbing up from hell. He wore a crimson coat, carried pistols, 6 across his chest. 6. Most men carry 1, maybe 2. Blackbeard wanted to make sure he could kill 6 men before he needed to reload. For 2 years, Blackbeard owned these waters. He captured 20 vessels, commanded a fleet of 4 ships. In around 1718, he blockaded the port of Charleston. It was a major colonial city, and he held it to ransom. Can you imagine? One pirate bringing an entire city to its knees? But that kind of terror, that kind of power, it makes men nervous. The governor of Virginia, Alexander Spotswood, decided Blackbeard had to die. He couldn't send the regular navy. Blackbeard was too clever. He knew every inlet, So Spotswood sent his lieutenant, Robert Maynard, a hunter, a killer, with 2 sloops, the Pearl, the Lime. It was November 22nd, 1718. My mentor's ship was patrolling nearby, and they heard the battle. Some of his crew saw from a distance. Maynard found Blackbeard's sloop, the Adventure. I think it was anchored in shallow water. At dawn, he attacked. But Blackbeard was ready. He picked the anchorage specifically. Maynard's ships ran aground on sandbars. Blackbeard raked them with cannon fire, killing and wounding dozens. It should have been over then, but Maynard, he was clever too. He ordered his remaining men below deck, made his ship look deserted, dead in the water. Blackbeard took the bait. So he brought the Adventure alongside, and he boarded them, maybe with 14 men, ready to finish the job. That's when Maynard sprang his trap. Men poured up from below, surrounding the pirates. Maria's hands grip her cup so tight her knuckles go white. What happened next? My mentor said it was the most savage fighting he'd ever heard of. Hand-to-hand combat, cutlass and pistol. No room to maneuver, and in the center of it all, it was Blackbeard. They shot him. 5 times they shot him with pistol and a musket. He kept fighting. They cut him with cutlasses, 20 wounds, maybe 25. He kept fighting. My mentor said, you could hear him, Blackbeard, roaring across the water, cursing, refusing to die. He was fighting Maynard himself, and finally one of Maynard's men came and finished the job. Edward Teach fell. The terror of the Atlantic bled out on that deck. Maynard threw the body overboard. Maria pauses, drinks. And when she speaks again, her voice is almost reverent. Here's the legend part. It's said that Maynard cut off his head before he threw the body. Sailors swore that Blackbeard's headless body swam around the ship 3 times before it sank. 3 times. Powerful as a shark, refusing to accept death, even after it had taken him. Whether that's true or not, I do not know, but I believe it. I believe a man like that, who fought so hard for his freedom, wouldn't go easy into the dark. she looks at you directly, her scarred face serious. My mentor told me that story when I first went to the sea. He said, Maria, if you are going to be a pirate, understand this. We don't die in our beds. We don't get old and comfortable. We die hanging. Or we die fighting. But we die free. Blackbeard died with a cutlass in his hand and hatred in his heart. A pirate's death. That's the only death worth having. I've lived by that ever since. She was a prostitute, beautiful and clever, surviving in the only way a poor woman could in those days. Then she met Zheng Yi, a powerful pirate captain. He didn't just want her for pleasure. He recognized her intelligence. He married her, made her his partner in every sense. Together they built something unprecedented. They united the pirate fleets of the South China Sea under a confederation. 6 major fleets, hundreds of ships, tens of thousands of pirates, all working together. But then, Zheng Yi died. Drowned in a storm, some say. Maybe murdered, others say. It doesn't matter. What matters is what happened next. See, most people thought the Confederation would collapse. A widow, a former prostitute, with no sons, no real claim to power. She should have been pushed aside, married off to some other captain, or just disappeared. But Jing was not most people. She moved faster than anyone expected. She took command of her late husband's fleet, the Red Flag Fleet. Then she did something brilliant. She took her husband's right-hand man, a powerful captain named Zhang Bao, and made him her lover and deputy. She secured his loyalty and his strength. Then she systematically brought the other fleet commanders into line through a combination of negotiation, strategic marriages, and when necessary, brutal force. Within a year, Qing commanded an empire. 1,700 ships, 80,000 pirates, men and women both, all following her orders. At the height of her power, she controlled trade along the entire Chinese coast. Entire provinces paid her tribute. The Chinese Imperial Navy couldn't stop her. The Portuguese Navy couldn't stop her. The British East India Company couldn't stop her. And she ruled through law, through structure. She created her own code, her own rules. All plunder must be registered and distributed fairly. Anyone who kept personal loot would have their ears cut off. Rape was punishable by death. She protected women, even captive women, in ways few pirate codes did. Desert or disobey orders, and you'd be executed. Business transactions with coastal villages must be honest. She wanted cooperation, not just terror. She wasn't just a pirate. She was building a state. Ships under her command needed passes to operate. Villages paid taxes to her for protection. She dispensed justice, enforced laws, controlled territory. The Chinese government sent fleet after fleet against her, and she destroyed them all. For 3 years, she was untouchable. But Qing understood something that most pirates never learn. She understood that you can't fight empires forever. Eventually, the Chinese government brought in Portuguese ships, hired European mercenaries, threw everything they had at her. She was winning, still winning, but she could see that it wouldn't last forever. So, she did the unthinkable. She negotiated. She went to the Chinese authorities and offered them a deal. She would surrender her fleet and accept amnesty in exchange for very specific terms. And here's where her genius showed. She didn't just take whatever they offered. She negotiated from strength even while surrendering. The final agreement: complete amnesty for herself and her entire fleet. Zhang Bao, her lover, would be made a lieutenant in the Chinese Imperial Navy. Her men could join the Navy or return to their homes. No questions asked. She herself would keep a fleet of ships and all the wealth she'd accumulated. The Chinese government agreed. They were so desperate to be rid of her that they gave her everything. Qing surrendered 300 ships and 17,000 pirates. The rest of her confederation quietly melted away, took their wealth and disappeared. And she herself, well, she retired to Canton, opened a gambling house, lived in luxury and comfort. She married Zhang Bao officially, had children, watched them grow up. She lived to her 60s, died peacefully in her bed, surrounded by wealth and family. She won. The greatest pirate in history. And she actually won. While the men hang from gibbets or die on bloody decks, while they lose everything into greed or violence, she played the game perfectly and walked away victorious. Roberts started as an honest sailor, if you can believe that. Second mate on a slave ship called the Princess, working the coast of West Africa. In June of 1719, his ship was taken by pirates, led by a man named Howell Davis. Most of the crew was forced to join or die. Roberts had a choice, and he chose to live. Six weeks later, Captain Davis was killed in an ambush. The crew needed a new captain, and they voted for Roberts. Not because he was the meanest or the toughest, but because he was smart, because he could navigate, because he had something the others didn't. He had principles. Now, here's the thing most people don't understand about Black Bart. He was a contradiction. A puzzle wrapped in black silk and violence. He didn't drink. Not a drop of alcohol touched his lips. He was religious. Held Sunday services on his ship. Insisted on evening prayers. He dressed like a gentleman, wore fine red coats with gold trim, carried a diamond cross on a gold chain. He looked more like a lord than a pirate, truth be told. But make no mistake, Bartholomew Roberts was the most successful pirate who ever lived. In just 4 years, he captured over 400 ships. 400. More than Blackbeard. More than Captain Kidd. More than any other pirate in history. He terrorized the Atlantic, from Brazil to Newfoundland, from West Africa to the Caribbean. Entire trade routes shut down because merchants were too terrified to sail. How did he do it? Discipline, organization, rules. You see, Roberts created what we call the Pirate's Code, or the Articles. Every man on his ship had to swear to them. Listen to these. Every man had equal vote in affairs and equal title to fresh provisions and strong liquors. No gambling with cards. No gambling dice for money. That causes fights. Lights out at 8 o'clock. You want to drink after that? You drink on deck. Keep your weapons clean and ready for battle. No boy, no woman allowed on board. They cause jealousy and trouble. desert in battle, and you'll be marooned or shot. Compensation for injury, losing a right arm, got you 600 pieces of 8. Losing an eye, got you 100. You see what he did? He took the chaos of piracy and made it into something organized, something that worked like a machine. His crews were loyal because the rules were fair. They fought hard because they knew they'd be taken care of if they were wounded. They didn't kill each other over dice games, because dice games weren't allowed. And Roberts himself, he led from the front. In battle, they said he wore that red damask coat and his diamond cross. Stood on deck where everyone could see him directing the fight. His crews would follow him into hell, because he never asked them to do anything he wouldn't do himself. But he wasn't soft. Not for a moment. If a ship resisted, if they tried to fight back, Robert showed no mercy. He'd burn the ship with the crew aboard. He'd flog captains to death. Once, when he learned that the governors of Martinique and Barbados had sent ships to hunt him, he designed a new flag, a picture of himself standing on 2 skulls, labeled ABH and AMH. Martinique and Barbados's head. That was Robert saying, "Come hunt me, and I'll dance on your graves." The Royal Navy finally caught up with him. A warship called the Swallow, commanded by Captain Ogle. He found Roberts off the coast of West Africa. Roberts had just captured 2 prizes, and his crew was drunk, celebrating their success. When the Swallow appeared, most of his men were too drunk to fight properly. But Roberts himself was sober. Always sober. He knew that this was the end. And so, he put on his finest clothes, that red damask coat, his diamond cross, his weapons. He went to battle dressed like a prince. The Swallow opened fire with grape shot. Hundreds of small metal balls, like a massive shotgun. One of them hit Roberts in the throat. He died instantly. His crew, even drunk, even facing certain death, did what he'd asked them to do if he ever fell in battle. They wrapped his body in the ship's sail and threw him overboard. They wouldn't let the Navy take his corpse wouldn't let them parade it through the streets or hang it. Bartholomew Roberts went to the ocean, and the ocean took him clean. The Swallow captured the ship. Yeah, 52 pirates were hanged in a mass execution. Others were sold into slavery or imprisoned, but Roberts himself, well, he got the death he always wanted. Dressed in his finery at the height of his power, taken by violence, but never broken. Yeah. Do you want to know what I learned from Black Bart's story? Pirates don't have to be drunk savages fighting over scraps. Discipline and honor can exist outside the law. I learned that a man can be religious and ruthless, principled, all at the same time. Most of all, I learned that success in this life doesn't come from being the meanest bastard on the water. It comes from being smart, organized, and willing to follow your own code even when the world says you're wrong. The blue waves crash against the warm hull of the merry-go, sea spray kissing your cheeks. You inhale the briny air, the familiar scent of home after weeks adrift. A pod of dolphins crests the surf, their clicks and whistles calling you by name. Marina, Marina. You smile, letting loose a series of clicks in reply. The dolphins circle the ship, leaning and playing in their wake. Your heart thrums with a joy at their presence. Ever since you were a child, you possessed the rare gift to communicate with all creatures of the sea. The marine mammals were your first friends, guiding and protecting you. Now, far from home, a familiarity is a comforting balm. Who are you talking to? Calls a voice from above. You glance up to see Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, peering down at you from his perch atop the main mast. His straw hat flutters in the sea breeze, unruly black hair poking out beneath. Just some passing dolphins, you reply. I can talk to them. Really? That's so cool. Luffy grins, flashing his trademark smile that rivals the radiance of the sun. He leaps down in front of you, sandal feet landing nimbly on the deck. You're gonna be a big help finding this Atlantis place. You nod, thoughts drifting to the mysterious map entrusted to you by your mentor, Silvers Rayleigh. The cryptic markings hint at a long-forgotten language, beyond any scholarly knowledge. But Rayleigh had studied them intensely, believing the map held clues to finding the ancient underwater kingdom of Atlantis, resting somewhere in the fathomless depths of the Grand Line. For centuries, tales of Atlantis' splendor and tragic doom have tugged at mankind's imagination. Some dismiss it as mere legend, but some scholars have traced obscure accounts of a preposterous island sinking beneath the waves in antiquity. If Atlantis did exist, you muse, perhaps remnants still endure in the ocean's lightless depths, waiting to be rediscovered. As the dolphins swim off, you glance down at the map tucked within your tunic. Its arcane symbols remain inscrutable for now. But with the unique talents of the Straw Hats, and your gift with the sea creatures, the mysteries of the map could finally be unlocked. Your pulse quickens at the thought of illuminating a lost chapter of maritime history. Land ho, calls Zorro from the crow's nest, jolting you from your thoughts. You join the rest of the crew at the ship's bow, gazing out at the approaching island. Lush greenery cloaks the sloped hills, waterfalls spilling like liquid crystal down sheer cliffs. According to the log post, this is Jade Island, says Nami, checking the quivering needle on her wrist. We should resupply here before continuing on. And maybe find some clues about Atlantis, adds Luffy, bouncing excitedly on the balls of his feet. You take a steadying breath. The prospect of unraveling the map's secrets both thrilling and daunting. But with the Straw Hats and their unique skills beside you, the stars align for this fabled quest. As the island draws near, you spot a small pod of dolphins near the rocky shoreline. Letting loose a piercing whistle, you call out to them in aquatic song. The dolphins answer, conveying in clicks and whistles in the presence of a secluded lagoon nearby, hidden from the main harbour. There's a private cove on the far side of the island that we can dock at discreetly, you inform Nami. She nods, angling the ship toward the designated shore. You grin, marveling at how your innate bond with the sea folk guides you here, even in unfamiliar waters. If Atlantis still endures, perhaps more aquatic alliances await. Safely concealed within the cove, the crew makes preparations to venture inland. You stand at the bow studying the cryptic markings on Rayleigh's map. A triangular symbol, an X-shaped cross, and other abstract shapes you cannot decipher. But Rayleigh's intense interest implies treasures hidden in their meaning. Quiet footsteps approach as Nami joins your side, her eyes keen to trace arcane symbols on the map. Legends say Atlantis was guided by celestial bodies. Phases of suns and moons were central to their philosophy. She runs a finger over the egg-shaped cross. Could this signify some cosmic alignment? You may be right, you reply thoughtfully. If celestial patterns do connect the map's riddles, carefully tracking the skies during your voyage may unveil more clues. Your discussion continues as the crew heads inland, making their way towards the island's main harbour. Raucous laughter and fiddling melodies spill from seaside taverns. You keep a low profile, not wanting to attract undue attention with such a coveted map in your possession. But Luffy's irrepressible personality draws notice regardless. At the bustling market, merchants hawk exotic wares from across the Grand Line. Your fingers brush over lustrous pearls, shimmering scales, and endless varieties of seashells. The marine articles call to you, symbols of the aquatic puzzles waiting to be solved. While Nami haggles for supplies, a scuffle breaks out near the docks. A brutish pirate tries stealing cargo from an elderly merchant. But before you can react, a figure dashes past in a blur. None other than Luffy, drawn by the cries of injustice. Luffy's fist crashes into the thug, sending him skidding down the dock and into the sea. The captain grins and dusts off his hands, but his interference has drawn unwanted attention. Whispers ripple through the crowd. The straw hat. Could it be the Straw Hat Pirates? Luffy's eyes widen at the mention of his infamy. Uh-oh. Maybe we should get back to the ship. But it's too late. A troop of marine soldiers pushes through the crowd, rifles trained on your group. Straw Hat Luffy, you are under arrest by order of Marine Headquarters, shouts their leader, a grim-faced captain. Surrender peacefully, or we will use force. Luffy laughs defiantly, bracing for a fight. But with your quest at stake, you gesture urgently for him to stand down. Wait, you call out, stepping forward. Let us pass, and we'll be on our way. No need for trouble. The Marine captain's eyes narrow. Associating with pirates makes you guilty too, girl. As he cocks his rifle, your hand dips into the pouch on your belt, grabbing a handful of shimmering sand. Rayleigh had gifted it to you. Siren song in powdered form. Taking a deep breath, you cast the sand in the air and begin to sing. Your melodic voice carries onto the wind, resonating with the enchanted sand. The molecules shimmer and dance, catching the light in dazzling patterns. The Marines stare transfixed, their weapons lowering as your song soothes their hostile spirits. In their mesmerized state, you, Luffy, and Nami slowly back toward the dock. In their mesmerized state, you, Luffy, and Nami slowly back away toward the docks. When the shimmering sand finally settles, the trance will lift, but you'll be long gone by then. That was amazing, exclaims Luffy, as you reach the cove and climb aboard the merry-go. You're gonna help us find Atlantis, for sure. You smile, honored to be part of this legendary voyage. As the ship casts off, you stand at the bow beside Luffy, watching Jade Island recede into the distance. Strange how a place you've never been now feels akin to home, linked by the bonds formed by Luffy and his crew. You were strangers yesterday, but today, friends. Ahead lies the challenging tides of the Grand Line. But with his loyal band beside you, no quest seems impossible. You cling to that truth in the days that follow, as storms and enemy pirates beleaguer your voyage. Through it all, Luffy's carefree laugh anchors you. When gales threaten to dash the ship apart, he calls on you to unravel the clues embedded in Rayleigh's cryptic map. Each triumph inches you nearer to Atlantis, but you've only scratched the surface of its ancient mysteries. Late one night, after weathering a particularly brutal storm, you jolt awake to shouts from the deck. Heart pounding, you rush outside to investigate. The full moon casts the ship in pale light, but you gasp to see the deck nearly submerged. The hull must have sprung leaks during the storm. We're taking on water, yells Zoro, trying to seal the largest breach with a spare sail. The rest of the crew bails frantically, but it's a losing battle. Nami appears, clutching the log poles on her wrist. There's an island a few leagues northwest. We can make repairs there. The crew redoubles their efforts, struggling to keep the listing ship afloat. In desperation, you peer out at the moonlit sea, loosing a piercing whistle. A familiar pod answers your call, and within minutes, dolphins are at your side, notching their snouts against the leaks. Their bodies act as a temporary plug, while Luffy and the crew steer the groaning ship toward the island ahead. By some miracle, you reach the craggy shoreline before the merry-go sinks completely. But the beloved ship lists severely now, her hull swamped with water. Luffy gazes sadly at the wreckage. We'll have to make repairs before continuing on. The words rekindle an ember of hope in your chest. Perhaps finding this island was a twist of fortune rather than misfortune. Scanning the tree line, you spot worn steps carved into the rocky slope, winding up toward the mist-veiled cliffs. There may be inhabitants here, Who can help us, you suggest? With vigor rekindled, the crew ventures up the craggy steps. The dolphins follow, responding wherever you call for aid. Higher up the sheer mountain face, the mists part to unveil an ancient stone temple. This is no ordinary island, you realize, but some long-lost outpost guards secrets tied to the ocean's depths. Approaching the imposing temple doors, you sound the conch shell hanging by the entrance. A resonant blast echoes through the chambers within. Moments later, the doors open with a groan, and a wizened elder emerges. His unblinking gaze sweeps over you and your motley crew. We are travelers seeking haven, with a ship in need of repair. You explain with an imploring look. I am Marina, a friend to all sea folk. You gesture to the pod of dolphins who came ashore with you. The elder smiles. I am Otto. Any with such affinity for marine life are welcome here. He ushers you inside to an ornate hall lined with sea stone columns. Other robed figures emerge, eyeing you with curiosity. Over a meal of roasted fish and seaweed, you recount your voyage's purpose. The elder nods solemnly when you reveal the map. Your quest is no mere whimsy, asserts Otto. We guard knowledge tied to Atlantis and deep ocean mysteries. The fates may have guided you here. Your heart leaps to have your pursuit validated so. If this island's dwellers stand tied to Atlantis, their wisdom could help decode clues needed to find the forgotten realm. You spend several days on the island, assisting the shipbuilders with repairs, while also delving deeper into the temple's ancient archives. You meticulously translate arcane text, seeking any insights on Atlantis' location and mythical past. Otto reveals himself as a well of lore, detailing the ancient culture's philosophy and tragic fall. Atlantis' enlightened ancestors understood truths woven through celestial spheres and sea tides. They built their kingdom beneath the waves, in harmony with oceanic energies. Their relics will resonate with that mystic power. You share this knowledge with Luffy, whose excitement grows daily. A magic underwater kingdom waiting to be discovered. I can't wait to explore. His zeal fuels your own as the Marigo's repairs near completion. This idyllic detour has set your quest sailing straight and true once more. But an air of melancholy lingers upon departing. You've come to cherish the tranquil refuge of this island. Otto gives you an aquamarine amulet and blessings for your voyage. May the tides of fate bring you here again. You vow they will,
touched by the kindness found in this isolated corner of the Grand Line's perilous expanse. But for now, destiny calls you onward to fabled Atlantis. Many days pass voyaging through the erratic whims of the Grand Line. Nami navigates with unwavering focus, though without a fixed destination. During late night watches under starry skies, you study the heavens, marking the phases of sun and moon as they relate to the X-shaped symbol on the map. Nami scours moldy logs and journals salvaged from your journey for any references to Atlantis, and you commune with all marine life encountered, inquiring about sunken cities of lore. But Atlantis remains elusive, a mirage on the misty horizon. Still, morale stays high. You trust perseverance will be rewarded. Luffy's irrepressible optimism propels you onward. Then, one morning, boundless fog pours across the ocean, enveloping the ship in milky white. Visibility is scarce, but you spy hulking silhouettes looming through the mist. Could those be? Nami murmurs. The gateway pillars of Atlantis? Nami confirms, checking her instruments. According to lore, they mark the entrance to Atlantis' aquatic borders. The crew gathers on deck, an electric mood overtaking all. Luffy whoops in excitement. After weeks of sailing, the first landmark proving Atlantis nears before you. Nami clasps at your hands, eyes shining. We stand on the cusp of history, my friend. Your heart swells at how fate entwined your destinies for this moment. To unearth Atlantis' forgotten mysteries as a crew bonded by fellowship and dreams. What grander adventure could there be here? The merry-go drifts past the towering pillars into a wide canal shrouded in mist. Your eyes widen at the fantastical sight slowly unveiled. Spires and domes of mirage-like architecture loom on either side of the canal. A marvelous city submerged, yet preserved, untouched by centuries of ocean currents. You sail deeper, until finally glimpsing the mythical metropolis revealed. Spires and ornate buildings of coral-encrusted stone fill the vista like a mirage. Banners bearing Atlantis' crest sway in the currents. Seamlessly fused with its aquatic environment, the city radiates a long-faded splendor. By the stars, Atlantis survives, Nami exclaims. Luffy laughs giddily, hanging over the prow for the best view. Awed silence settles over the crew as you glide through famed canalways and plazas. Statues of merfolk and sea kings line the streets. All turn curiously towards your lone ship. It feels akin to a dream, sailing into the heart of a legend. You dock beside a soaring lighthouse to orient yourself. As you all stand on deck drinking in the sights, a sound arises from the depths, resonant humming echoing up through the hull. It's almost as if the city is welcoming us, you murmur. Could Atlantis' ancient guardians know why you have come and approve?
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's explore.
Luffy vaults over the railing onto smooth cobblestones. The streets lie still and silent as you join him ashore. Only the melodic hum persists, Atlantis' own mystic heartbeat. Trepidation mixes with awe strolling through the deserted avenues. The scope of this forgotten civilization staggers you, even sunken and eroded by time. Intricate metalwork adorns the buildings, hinting at advanced metallurgy. Growing plants flourish in stone basins, sustained by some lost aquaculture, and shimmering stones provide illuminations mimicking natural light. Truly a city of marvels, even by modern standards. Winding deeper inward, you enter a vast courtyard with a gazebo of ornate coral columns at its center. Within the gazebo rests an object gleaming pale silver, a trident twice your height, with prongs twisting like shellfish tendrils. Could this be the trident of Neptune, the mythical artifact said to channel Atlantis' oceanic energies? Seeing it here, still watching over the city, sends a shiver down your spine.
Jackpot, crows Nami. I bet that trident alone is worth 1 billion berries. It clearly has sacred meaning here. We should probably leave it undisturbed.
There will be time enough later to assess valuables. For now, history beckons. The secrets of Atlantis await. Venturing further east, you enter the royal quarter. Your breath catches upon glimpsing the magnificent palace ahead. Your breath catches upon glimpsing the magnificent palace ahead. Towers, encrusted with luminous shell, rise majestically from the seabed. Banners waving like kelp fronds. Even drowned by the sea, this ancient seat of power retains its grandeur. You approach with reverence, passing through a colonnade studded with sapphires and pearls. You approach with reverence, passing through a colonnade studded with sapphires and pearls. Within lies the legendary throne room, its vaulted ceilings still aglow with mosaic light. At the far end, raised, sits a pair of thrones, wrought from coral and gold. The legendary sunken crown must be here, Nami explains, rushing deeper into the palace's opulent halls. You all follow, eager to unearth more of Atlantis. Hours pass absorbed in exploration, priceless relics abound, but more treasured are the insights into the civilization's stored past. Murals depict their philosophy, while statues and monuments hint at historic events and leaders. Atlantis feels more real than legend now, its ghosts coming alive. As daylight fades into azure dusk, you gather again in the throne room to recap findings. Nami has assessed various valuables and is sharing translations revealing how the trident and the crown were used in Atlantis' spiritual rituals. But one question still lingers, you think. Where is the sunken crown itself? We've searched everywhere. It has to be here somewhere, mutters Nami, frustrated. Luffy just laughs.
This mystery is getting more fun. We'll have to start again tomorrow.
There are an infinity of chambers left to search. The crown is sure to surface eventually. For now, you unfurl bedrolls right here in the majestic throne room, exhausted from a day of roaming Atlantis' aquatic avenues. As your crewmates' breaths deepen into sleep, your gaze traces constellations glimmering through the stained glass skylight. This ancient city still has so many secrets left to yield. The following days pass delightfully, filled with discoveries both profound and frivolous. In one forgotten courtyard, you excavate seabed to reveal a monumental sundial, its shadow markers still perfectly aligned. Meanwhile, Nami unearths human artifacts that capture simple moments of joy. Ornate combs, drifting mobiles, marble baubles worn smooth by swirling tides. Despite deepening your understanding of Atlantis' past, the sunken crown still eludes you. But Luffy remains undaunted.
This just means we'll have more cool adventures finding it.
And so the search continues. Daily you comb through forgotten wings of the palace, unraveling old tapestries for clues. By lantern light, Nami sketches newly discovered artifacts, compiling a catalogue of relics. After weeks of fruitless searching, morale begins to lag. Perhaps the crown was lost forever, you ponder. But, late one night, inspiration strikes. As you gaze up at the constellations glistening through your throne room skylight, the celestial patterns align with a clue from an Atlantean poem. When the siren's eye doth shine upon the throne, the crown will be reclaimed by Atlantis' heirs. You realize the siren's eye must be the red giant star, visible tonight. Rushing to the thrones, you watch in awe as its filtered red glow illuminates a small pedestal behind the king's seat. There rests a glinting silver crown. You found it, Nami says, racing over to admire the treasure. The crew crowds around, marveling at your insight. Just then, melodic notes echo through the palace. The haunting hum of Atlantis itself. This city knows its true heir has returned, you whisper, donning the crown at long last. Feels like reuniting scattered pieces of history. Atlantis' legacy endures, waiting to be passed on. Weeks later, the merry-go's holds are laden with retrieved artifacts as you sail home. While you miss this mythic city, its spirit now lives within you all. We'll come back to visit, I'm sure of it. Luffy grins, watching Atlantis fade into the misty Grand Line horizon. You nod, fingering the sunken crown strung around your neck. As long as you and your crew carry its legacy in your hearts, the bonds to Atlantis will never be broken. Its mysteries will wait patiently until destiny conspires to reunite you with its grandeur once more. You glance proudly around at your seafaring friends who made this legend a reality. Together, you brought light into one of history's darkest stories. And there is no limit to what mysteries you'll illuminate next.
The scarred figure watched as the small band of sailors disembarked from their docked ship onto the ramshackle pier. Despite the downtrodden port's seedy crowds, this motley trio stood apart. Perhaps it was the youth who leapt nimbly to the warped planks, adjusting his worn straw hat and flashing a carefree grin, despite the cutlass and flintlock pistol swinging from his belt, or the stern-eyed first mate scanning their surroundings with disciplined wariness. 3 ornate katana sheathed neatly at his side. The scarred man reserved his closest scrutiny for the sole woman. Auburn hair, lovely, but with sharp eyes that belied her casual pose against the ship's railing, indexing charts and figures in a leather-bound log as they talked. When those eyes flicked briefly his way, he glimpsed a very keen intellect. Yes, these 3 had potential. As the trio strode toward a dockside tavern, the scarred stranger limped to intercept them. "A pardon," he rasped. "I couldn't help overhearing. You seek passage to the Dragon Islands." They turned, hands drifting towards weapons, as they took in his ravaged face and tattered sea cloak. He raised his palms. "Peace. I mean you no threat." With visible effort, He straightened against his oaken staff. I was an explorer once, before. His hand brushed the puckered scars where once his ears and nose had been. I know the myths of those vanishing isles. The object of power is said to be hidden there. An artifact which can harness ocean currents and tides themselves. The woman narrowed her eyes. That's no common sailor's legend. How do you come to know so much of the Dragon Islands? A grim smile tugged the edge of the scarred man's mouth. I had cause to seek their hidden secrets once. His gaze took on a faraway cast, and I would do so again. The woman's skeptical gaze remained locked on the scarred man. You talk of secrets and isles emerging from mists? Give us something tangible if you want us to believe this isn't wild fantasy. The man nodded, unruffled by her blunt tone. From beneath his ragged cloak, he drew out a time-worn map and spread the cracked parchment across an empty barrel for their inspection. The markings were cryptic indeed. Angular symbols, constellation charts, elegantly curved glyphs, and figures unlike any language the sailors had seen. My name is Kael, the scarred explorer offered, as they peered at the arcane notation in my voyages past. I have walked the Dragon Isles and studied under the elfin scholars who guarded their gates. His hand drifted to the ruined mass of his left ear. I paid much for the chance to unravel their healing arts and magics lost. Kael traced a focal point amidst the cryptic symbols. Here, the means to breach their veils of fog and deception. And the artifact I mentioned, it's called the Eternal Compass. Worth more than diamonds and gold, because it shapes the oceans themselves through elfin magic. As the woman scrutinized the markings, her companions exchanged excited grins at the hints of high adventure. The younger of the two straightened from beneath the weathered straw hat, shading his eyes. Dragon Isles? Magic compasses? This is sounding better by the minute. When do we set sail? Kael suppressed a shrewd smile. The captain's thirst for adventure was palpable. This crew showed precisely the daring needed for reaching the mysterious isles. At once, my new friends, Kael urged, or we shall miss our rare chance when the celestial bodies next align to reveal the hidden route. A stern-eyed swordsman with the 3 blades sheathed at his belt finally spoke. And the elves you mentioned, the island guardians, can we expect trouble from them? Kael considered. That depends on proving ourselves worthy in their eyes. But I believe he met their gazes in turn. With your courage and my knowledge, we stand to pass whatever trials await. The woman carefully rolled up the map. Very well then. I am Nami, navigator. She nodded to her companions. Our captain, Monkey D. Luffy, and Zoro, first mate. Her eyes glinted. When do we depart for these Dragon Isles of yours? A new light kindled in Kael's own eyes. On the next high tide, Miss Nami. Destiny awaits us. As the straw hats readied to cast off, Kael limped up to the gangplank onto their ship. At Nami's questioning look, he rasped, "My vessel wouldn't survive the open seas ahead. I'll guide you from here, if I may." After a moment, she nodded, and Kael lowered himself stiffly against the mast, massaging his maimed leg. "I know more than most about those mystic fog banks guarding the Dragon Isles," he said. "Sailors losing their bearings, losing their minds when the sea dragons haunt their mist." Luffy paused his animated chat with Zoro to glance Kael's way. "Sea dragons? You mean real dragons? In the ocean?" A wide grin split his face. "That's so cool." Zoro cocked an eyebrow. Fairy tales to frighten children. Kael shook his head, deadly serious. "I bear proof, Master Swordsman. When last I voyaged to those accursed isles, only half my crew survived the dragon's fury." His fingers absently traced the terrible scars where once his features had been whole. "My dreams." The three exchanged uneasy looks as the implications sank in. This voyage would demand all their skill if they hoped to survive dread dangers beyond imagination. As Nami traced their route with a critical eye, she shot Kael another probing glance. "These coordinates can't be right. They lead straight into Devil's Teeth. No navigator with half a brain would steer that course intentionally." Kael leaned heavily on his oaken staff as he limped over to inspect the charts. "A fair observation, lass. And correct. No ordinary captain would dare those fatal shoals." He tapped the cracked parchment map with one gnarled finger, but the mystic fog parts only near the teeth during the celestial alignment, granting access to the isles. We must graze the razor's edge if we hope to breach the veil. Luffy swung down to join them, practically bouncing on his heels. "Whoa, razor shows and dragons. This is gonna be so cool. He dashed off, calling for Zorro to help ready the lines. Nami sighed, returning her attention to the charts. No more half-truths. If we're trusting you to steer us through this insanity, I expect full disclosure about these islands and whatever unfinished business takes you back to this cursed place. Kael held her stare evenly. For long moments, only the cry of seagulls and the creak of rigging filled the tense silence. Finally, the scarred explorer stirred. A fair demand, Miss Nami, he acknowledged softly. I have debts yet to pay for past failures, it's true. But by my soul, you shall have your truths when the time comes. His eyes took on a faraway cast towards the empty horizon. I seek reconciliation, and one last chance to unlock the deepest secrets those vanishing isles hide before time runs out. Nami frowned, clearly unsatisfied, but Luffy's untroubled voice carried across the deck. Come on, lighten up, Nami. Just enjoy the mystery for now. He shot Kael a carefree grin. Besides, we've handled way weirder stuff on the Grand Line before this. Kael slowly inclined his head, a new light kindling in his eyes. Too right, Captain. And I've faith this voyage will prove fortuitous for all of us in due time. As the Straw Hat's ship sliced through darkening waves, Kael glazed westward across the restless sea. Somewhere in that abyss, the elusive islands awaited, and with them, perhaps at last, a chance to unlock their deepest enigmas. How exactly do these islands just vanish? Nami's voice cut through. You talk of crossing sea and sky to reach them, but lands don't simply blink in and out of existence. Kael regarded the bright spark of skepticism in her eyes with an approving nod. An apt question, lass. In truth, only the entry path linking their realm and ours depends upon cosmic alignments. And some powerful magic likewise shrouds them from prying mortal eyes. From beneath the shade of his weathered hat, Luffy gave an impatient huff. Who cares about all these details? Think of the adventure that awaits. He leaned over the rail, grinning as flying fish and porpoises raced alongside the ship's wake. I just hope we can spot that dragon soon. Zorro snorted without opening his eyes from where he leaned against the mast. Next you'll claim these isles are full of unicorns and fairies. Kael suppressed a grim smile. Terrible indeed was the dragon god in those shores. he bore proof etched upon his ravaged face, as did countless pirates condemned to wander the mists for eternity. But that, he sensed, was a lesson fate held in store down the line. For now, the expanse lay untarnished with promise, and the island's secrets called across the widening distance. The first sign of another pirate vessel came when Zorro spotted a distant sail through his spyglass. As it drew closer, Kyle felt unease stir deep in his bones. Something about the ship's dark timber and tattered black sails struck an ominous chord. Luffy peered eagerly across the narrowing gap. "Who do you think they are, fellow treasure hunters?" He made to hail them, but Kyle forestalled him with an urgent grip on his arm. "An unknown vessel in unfamiliar seas bodes ill, Captain. Pirates, I suspect, of the ruthless sort." He glanced back at the mysterious ship, now pacing them just outside cannon range. Could be they only want the chance to strike. Luffy's eyes glinted with excitement. "In that case, we should fire off a warning shot. Scare them off." Despite Kyle's protests, the captain took aim with the deck cannon, igniting the powder to send a thunderous ball splashing harmlessly across the rival's bow. For agonizing heartbeats, nothing happened as eerie silence enveloped both ships. Then, Zorro pointed wordlessly as the pirate ship seemed to simply dissolve before their eyes. Hull, mast, and all fading like morning mist. Nami hurried to look through the spyglass, but found no trace of wreckage. "A phantom ship," she whispered. "It vanished completely." A grim mood had settled over Kyle. Black magic shrouds these waters now. Trickery to erode minds and souls. He met their uneasy looks. We stand at the boundary between mortal seas and the land of deathless faerie. Turn back now, if ye still cling to reason. But Luffy only laughed again. "Sorry, reason got left behind days ago." And they sailed toward the Veil of Mist. An excited shout from Luffy in the crow's nest cut through the uneasy silence enshrouding the ship. Leaning over glassy waves, the Straw Hats strained to glimpse what had ignited their captain's delight. At first, only a shadow deep below, growing steadily clearer. Then with awe, they beheld a majestic being surfaced before them. Neck arching, horned head haloed in phosphorescence, leathered wings that spanned the width of their vessel, unfolding with serene grace. A true, living, sea dragon. It's so beautiful, Nami breathed, as the mythical creature regarded them with fathomless obsidian eyes. Luffy gave a whoop of joy. Leaping fearlessly onto the sea dragon's lowering neck and clambering eagerly over its ridged back. Kyle stared speechless at the guardian he once battled, now tenderly ferrying their captain along the waves. As the dragon circled their ship, it spoke in a voice like far-away thunder. You have courage seeking my isles, mortals. But take care. Great peril awaits if you pursue the eternal compass. Luffy called down eagerly. Hey, dragon, you think you could give us all a ride to the shore? The sea dragon gave a rumbling chuckle. Another day, perhaps. For now, simply follow and I shall guide you through the mists. The majestic being wheeled and streaked through the water and air, the straw hats chasing Luffy's delighted cheers into the foggy realm ahead. As the dragon led them onward, Zoro kept vigilant guard, while Nami bombarded Kyle with questions on navigation anomalies. But the scarred explorer simply stared after their mythical escort, grappling with ancient memories now stirred. What omens guided the Guardian's acceptance of these strangers? And did its words confirm sinister forces had seized the exiled islands during Kyle's long absence? As they neared those white shores, Kyle dropped his voice urgently. Hear me. We must make landfall swiftly and strike inland without delay. He gestured to fortifications carved into the looming central peak. The native warriors guarding those ramparts will allow little time for explanations if they view us as intruders. Luffy waved cheerfully down to them from his perch atop the sea dragon's ridged back. No problem. We come in peace, guys. Nami studied the heavily armed elf soldiers assembling along the crystal battlements with a skeptical eye. Somehow I don't think they're taking your word on that just yet. Zoro loosened his katana sword, a calculated inch from its sheath. Peaceful or not, I sense a fight brewing if we continue this direct approach. But the choice is narrow. Onward we go, it seems. Their ship glided towards a destiny, trailed by swelling sparks of elfin magic in warning. Kyle braced himself, as much for long-buried memories as coming battle. The sea dragon gracefully deposited Luffy on a marbled section of shoreline, as the straw hats weighed anchor in the sheltered harbour. Kyle leaned heavily on his oaken staff, steeling himself before addressing the imposing guards
now flanking them in silence. I am Kael, once an honored guest to your elf king. I have returned at long last to plead renewal of lost ties. He extended the intricate maps and relics that had guided their journey. The pointy-eared elf guards swiftly detained the trespassers, binding their hands and confiscating weapons before marching them up at spear point, through winding paths towards the towering stronghold. Though the Straw Hats protested and threatened reprisals, Kael walked in resigned silence, a grim anticipation mingled with hope, growing with each laborious step. At last, they stood before the imposing throne of Elfin King Valoran, who gazed down in cool appraisal. After dismissing the guards, the elf ruler addressed Kael directly. You lead outsiders unannounced to our shores, Seeker. Explain your trespass, and perhaps win liberty to depart freely once more. Kael bowed low in supplication. Great King, we came following celestial signs, seeking the fabled eternal compass. An artifact we believe fate binds to our quest. Though we mean your people no harm, Valoran considered, then gave a slow nod. My people have had no use of the eternal compass. We are masters of forest and stream. We do not take to the restless waves of the ocean. He fixed Kael with an intense stare. You may retrieve your compass if you are able, but remember that all magic exacts a price. Now go, before I rescind this mercy. As the Straw Hats turned to depart, Kael felt Valoran's eyes boring into him. The king's vague warning echoed in his mind. Had fate bound him and the seafaring pirates together to serve some destiny beyond their comprehension? Beckoning them onward toward the central peak of the island, he wondered what truths might finally surface amidst the island's deepest secrets. Kael led the Straw Hats on a twisting path through vine-shrouded tunnels far beneath the towering peak. At last, they emerged into a glittering grotto where ancient magic saturated the very air. There, upon a central plinth, sat an ornate compass, shimmering with otherworldly light. The eternal compass, unlocked at last. Kael reverently lifted the relic, feeling long dormant power ignite within the artifact and within his own soul. But just as Kael secured the eternal compass, alarm horns blared as the phantom ship had mysteriously vanished
sailed into the island's harbor. Scarred, earless pirates swarmed onto the beach, all almost duplicates of Kael, led by a deathly pale pirate who bellowed, "Captain Kael, we have returned." Horror dawned on the straw hats as Kael crumbled. "That's right. I am that ship's rightful captain. These mutilated pirates are my blood-sworn crew, banished long ago from this island." He faced their shock with anguished eyes. "I only deceived you to reclaim our exiled homeland and become elves once again." Now, the full extent of Kael's deception became clear, as the Straw Hats stared at scores of elf souls, reminiscent of Kael's scarred body. They had been manipulated by a man intimately tied to these wraiths from a blemished past. Around Kael, the eternal compass gleamed. Could even betrayals this raw be undone? As these pirates clashed with King Valoran's forces, magic exploded across the shore. The Straw Hats took cover as battle chaos raged. Suddenly, amidst fire and bloodshed, the sea dragon erupted from churning waves, drawn by chaotic powers unleashed. Quick as thought, Kael seized this chance. Raising the eternal compass, he drove the dragon back with crushing walls of current. The crew watched in horror as Kael drowned the mighty guardian, proving the artifact's dominion over water itself. First betrayal, now fatal treachery. The friend they once knew had drowned along with the dragon as ambition's poison took hold. As the Leviathan fell, sharp anguish pierced Kael's fury. For an instant, ambition's taste turned acid upon his tongue as he felt the crew's hearts break. All his life had stoked towards this fated glory, so why now did it feel so hollow? As ghostly blood washed the sand, this victory echoed only with death and ruin. War clashed upon the beach, and watching his old companions set the isle ablaze, Kael suddenly felt exiled once again, only this time utterly alone. The compass shook within his bloody fingers. Could any magic heal such rifts? Kael stood, mesmerized by the eternal compass's alluring pulse. Its promises overpower, drowning all else. But through a relentless hum, a voice broke out. "Kael, don't do this." Luffy stood firm against raging forces. "You were better than this. We trusted you." Stop this, please. I know what it's like to be an outcast. You can be an elf once again. The words cut deep, piercing the frenzy driving Kael towards annihilation's edge. Luffy extended a hand, resolved to turn the tide surging against them. You get to choose, Kael, right here and now, what you become next. His unguarded smile shone brighter than cursed suns. I say you become the man we met back on those docks. Stop the bloodshed. Kael stared into Luffy's fearless eyes, recognizing one bare truth shining through the chaos. In mere days, this brazen upstart had showed him truer friendship and centuries of bitter servitude to hollow ambitions. The past could burn to ash and scattered ember. By damn, perhaps the future didn't have to yet. But before Kael could respond, he was knocked to his knees by King Valoran's victorious army. King Valoran's elf soldiers had made quick work rounding up the outcast elves who now lay in chains across the beach. Valoran, the elf king, strode along the beach toward the straw hats, and Kael. Now, Kael knelt, bloody and broken, before King Valoran, as all the others watched helplessly. Ancient elf ruins glowed around the beach, as the king prepared to unleash final judgment. But recognition halted that lightning course. You. I remember you. Valoran leaned closer, eyes narrowing. The wounds run deeper than time and treachery have etched upon your face. I know you, fallen one, but from where? Kael raised his agonized gaze. Defiance wrestling old shame, skulking still in his soul's haunted depths. My name was Estelle then. He forced through blood-flecked lips. I was a scholar of your most valued archives, explorer of forbidden lore, before ambition's consuming flames. He closed his eyes against history threatening to engulf him again. That is, before exile damned me. You exiled all of us. Stunned silence filled around them. Valoran lifted his sword. Then you shall die by my sword for returning. Valoran lifted the sword. But Luffy burst forward before the blast. Stop! I speak for Kael. Hear me out. The ancient king paused, fury wearing with intuition at this bold intercession. Luffy met Valoran's mystical wrath without flinching. These outcast elves only want to come home. Same as we all do. We all want home. Their real crime was losing hope. He nodded firmly at Kael's kneeling form. Well, I still have hope for my friend. And I think maybe you see it in him too. The Elf King regarded Kael pensively through long silence. Slowly remembering the gentle scholar from eons past, the dreamer named Estelle. Perhaps a spark of who that soul once promised to be still flickered even now. Valoran lowered his spear at last with a weary sigh. Speak then, at your peace for those condemned ones, but by the eternal stars, for all our sakes, it best be wisely chosen. Luffy stepped back as leader and outcast faced each other once more. And Kael raised his eyes with the first light of redemption dawning through the darkness. Kael addressed Valoran earnestly. In our blind thirst for renewal, we embraced destruction, turning against our own mortal allies. But this captain's fate reminds me of who we were before exile, and who we might become once again. He turned to Luffy with a look speaking deeper than language could convey. Then he faced Valoran. Some fires burn beyond control, but not all pyres must be built just to consume until naught remains. We never wished more than to walk these shores free of phantom chains, for what little span our banished kind endures. If you might see fit to allow it. Luffy nodded firmly. All they want is a place to call home. For endless moments, none dared to breathe, as the Elfin King sat judging time's past and portents yet writ. But seeing the small flicker of who young Estelle had once reflected back from this battered, broken soul, Valoran's own ancient heart stirred. No words nor magic can erase the rift hewn so deeply by outpoured blood. He intoned heavily at last, but all present felt the compass corrupting throes. Its lore reflects the worst in elf and human and outcast alike. He held Kael's gaze, filled with hard-worn empathy. Thus, I cannot promise restored kinship, but these isles shall remain sanctuary for your small band, to remember, rebuild, and redeem yourselves by merciful deeds instead of cruel. A collective breath whispered over the gathered company, like winds of change stirring after an age-long drought. Then, cautious hope dawned across faces mortal, elven and spectral. Perhaps healing could begin at last. With the final isle vanishing into the mist, the straw hats cast off as their elfin hosts chanted safe speed from gleaming shores. Kael steadied himself, facing old companions now tempered by new wisdom.
I know words reveal nothing that might convey sufficient apology.
Kael began heavily. But Luffy silenced him with an understanding look and hand laid on his shoulder.
Nah, we're good. Just try to keep out of trouble without me around. Okay?
His smile encompassed Zoro's tolerant nod, and Nami's lingering sadness too, in its unguarded acceptance. Some wounds mend invisible. Kael reflected as the crew's figures receded through shimmering veils. But the ride ever smoother when shared burdens lift together. For the first time since exile, mortal shores no longer seem to call with siren promise. Instead, now sanctuary awaited back under Dragon Islands once feared, forever lost.